Good morning. Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, before I open, there's two new appearances that will need to be taken this morning, one from Ms Wilkinson and the other from Ms Ransom.
Yes, I'll just take those appearances now, please.
May it please the Court, Ransom, R-A-N-S-O-M, on behalf of IAG.
Thank you, Ms Ransom. Leave is granted.
Good morning, Your Honour. My name's Ms Wilkinson from Spark Hillmore, representing Essential Energy.
Good morning, Ms Wilkinson. Leave is granted, if it hasn't already been. Yes.
My pleasure, Your Honour. These are the opening submissions for the Coronial inquiry into the cause and origin of the Mount Mckenzie Road Tenterfield bushfire. The fire takes its name, Your Honour, from the roadway on which it originated. The Mount Mckenzie fire did not start on a mountain. This fire burnt in the Tenterfield local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Kamilaroi and Bundjalung people. It burned for 12 days and damaged a total area of approximately 2,771 hectares, of which about 2,595 was private land. It injured at least one firefighter quite severely. It destroyed one home and damaged two others. It damaged or destroyed 3 commercial properties and 18 outbuildings. The fire threatened the township of Tenterfield and a new housing estate on the outskirts of town, but fortunately no lives were lost. In terms of the hectares lost to each fire in the northern region, this is by far the smallest fire of those which have proceeded to a cause and origin hearing. So why is an inquiry being held into a comparatively small fire? The answer is because whilst an area of origin is sufficiently disclosed from within the material in the brief, the cause of the fire has been in dispute since the RFS fire investigator and the New South Wales Police Crime Scene investigator reached different conclusions in their first fire investigation reports. Their conclusions as to cause of the fire were diametrically opposed, and so further investigation has been undertaken as part of Your Honour's inquiry. As a result of these further investigations, the RFS fire investigator has since changed his opinion as to the cause of the fire. Each of the fire investigators now agree that the cause of the Mount Mckenzie fire is best recorded as undetermined. Today, the court will hear oral evidence from expert electrical engineer, Associate Professor Trevor Blackburn, Rural Fire Service, Detective Senior Constable Cheetham, and RFS fire investigator Stephen May, and also from a civilian witness, Janelle Edwards. Your Honour will also have the benefit of evidence within the Coronial brief, which contains statements, photographs and other records that detail weather and drought conditions in the lead up to the fire, eyewitness evidence as to what was seen and heard at the time the fire commenced, early efforts to fight the fire by residents and visitors to the scene, and then fire spread and progression once it quickly became clear that the fire could not be easily controlled. Your Honour, I now turn to the question of fire ignition. At the time the fire started, a total fire ban or tow ban was in place for much of the northeastern corner of the state, as illustrated in this map, Your Honour, which is contained within page 191. This included Tenterfield falling within the New England fire area. And that's number 11, Your Honour, as depicted in that map on the screen. The area was in extreme drought and had been for some time. Your Honour will also see later drone footage depicting this drought-affected land. Mount Mckenzie Road is on the outskirts of town and across the road from the cemetery, as shown in this map, Your Honour, which is found at page 26 of the brief of evidence. Your Honour will see the New England highway which runs through the township, marked at the top left-hand corner of the map, near that red square, Your Honour, to the left. Tenterfield Creek, winding its way down through the town. The main street, Rouse Street, which actually forms part of the New England Highway, runs broadly north to south, and the Bruxner Highway heads broadly east-south-east, about halfway down the map. And off to the right-hand edge of the map, you'll also see the Bruxner Highway at about I and J on the grid reference, Your Honour. At grid reference 2K to 2L, on the left-hand side of the map, Your Honour will see the cemetery marked at the intersection of Western Street and Mount Mckenzie Road. The property at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road, near where the fire commenced, is on the opposite side of the road to the cemetery and a little further along Mount Mckenzie Road heading out of town. The Mount Mckenzie fire started at about 1:30 p.m. on 6 September 2019 on the verge outside 43 Mount Mckenzie Road. And Your Honour, I'll just have brought up now a photograph found at page 246, which shows the area of origin in relation to this particular fire. Your Honour sees the overhead power lines. They run along Mount Mckenzie Road above the verge. And if we could have please brought up page 259, which shows another photograph looking back towards the house, which is 43 Mount Mckenzie Road. Or if we can just go back, please, to the photograph at page 259. Your Honour sees a house that is 43 Mount Mckenzie Road. There were eyewitnesses to the fire very early in its infancy, although no one saw the ignition. Ellen Mossman, her partner Glenn Brown and her brother David Mossman drove to the property at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road, where Neil Cutmore lived with his partner Kylie. Kylie makes birthday cakes and Ellen tells the court she wanted to order a cake for her daughter's birthday. As Ellen Mossman was driving west along Mount Mckenzie Road, she did not notice any fire. Upon arrival at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road, Ms Mossman stayed in the car whilst Glenn and David went in to speak to Kylie. Kylie was not home, but her partner Neil was. According to Neil Cutmore, he answered the door and told the visitors his partner was not home. On his version of events, it was as these visitors were leaving that one of them saw the fire and called out about it. Neil Cutmore raced to get the hose and attempted to put out the flames, including by trying to bat the fire down with his T-shirt. But although small when he first saw it, the fire quickly spread. Ms Mossman has a slightly different recollection to Neil Cutmore, but the differences are probably of no significance. According to her account, she drove off with her brother and partner in the car in an easterly direction along the road, heading back towards Tenterfield. It was at this point Ms Mossman noticed a fire about an inch high on the nature strip, about 15 metres from the house. Ms Mossman saw the fire travel along the grass. The fire was about 1 metre high at that point and was advancing southeast towards the paddock on the property. Someone in the car alerted Neil Cutmore. Ms Mossman says at that point the fire started to rage and they were trying to put it out with hoses and buckets of water. Ms Mossman called 000 at 1:35 p.m. This is the first recorded report of the fire to emergency services. Tenterfield pumper P457, a Fire and Rescue New South Wales appliance, arrived at the location approximately 10 minutes later, sometime around 1:45 p.m. Whilst Ms Mossman had been waiting in the car at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road, she noticed a number of cars drive along the road, but was not paying much attention to them, as she had no need to do so. She doesn't recall seeing anyone throw anything out of a car. She says that although they smoke, no one in her car was smoking at the time that the fire ignited. Your Honour, there is some CCTV footage of the fire, but it is of low resolution and taken from a distance of around 300 to 350 metres from the area of origin. It shows the windy conditions and the fire growing in intensity and running hard towards the southeast. And Your Honour, I'll just have displayed now some of that CCTV footage. There'll be two clips which will be played, Your Honour. The first shows a vehicle travelling down Mount Mckenzie Road prior to ignition and runs through to the ignition. And we'll just have that played now. Your Honour sees that car heading down Mount Mckenzie Road to the right of the image. I might just have that play one more time, please. It's not inconvenient. Your Honour, the second clip, which I'll have displayed now. Oh, sorry. We can just bring that back and play that through. My apologies, Your Honour. And Your Honour, the left-hand side of the screen behind the house and the shed, Your Honour, sees a house. That's 43 Mount Mckenzie Road, Mr Cutmore's residence. If Your Honour focuses on that, Your Honour will observe the evolutions of fire. Your Honour sees the fire now, the smoke rising up to the right of Mr Cutmore's residence.
Yes. Yep.
Your Honour, I'll just show one other clip. This second clip, Your Honour, shows fire growth about 3.5 minutes after ignition and before smoke obscures vision. Your Honour, at around the same time that Ms Mossman called 000, Tenterfield Police observed smoke coming from Mount Mckenzie Road. Senior Constable Jason Frith found the fire travelling at speed. He advised police radio at 1:40 p.m. that there was a fire on Mount Mckenzie Road and that a house was in the line of fire. Senior Constable Frith evacuated numerous residents along Western Street, Douglas Street and Laird Street as the fire continued in an easterly direction towards the New England Highway. Additional police resources were directed to the area, including from the Glen Ennis Police Station. Your Honour, the fire moved towards St Joseph's Catholic School and police contacted the principal to evacuate the school, which they did. At 2:16 p.m, the New England Highway was closed at the southern end of Tenterfield. The fire was spreading towards the Saddlers estate and police began evacuating residents in each house. To give you an idea of how fast the fire was moving at this time, Clifton Street resident Penelope Stambridge was at home when she thought she smelled smoke. She went outside and saw 2 puffs of smoke across the New England Highway. She went back inside and finished her cup of tea, and in a matter of minutes, at about 2:23 p.m, her home was threatened by fire. She rang 000, at which point Senior Constable Frith arrived to evacuate her. As they drove up the driveway to leave, the front fence, paddock and letterbox were already on fire. Within 5 minutes of Mrs Stambridge calling 000, Fire and Rescue New South Wales was on the scene. But sadly, that day, Mrs Stambridge lost her home of 23 years to the fire, including a number of vintage cars. The first emergency alert advisory for this fire was transmitted to the southern Tenterfield area at 2:39 p.m, by which time Mrs Stambridge's home was already threatened, if not alight. This alerted 526 services and included 347 answered telephone calls, 95 busy lines and 69 unanswered calls. An SMS message was sent to 5,254 mobile services advising residents to seek shelter. It's not suggested that everyone in town necessarily received a phone call or an SMS, but a large number of messages did go out. Your Honour, this map, which is found at page 174 of the brief, shows the fire edge at 2:44 p.m, marked in small red dots. And the next map, Your Honour, which is found at page 177 of the brief of evidence, shows the fire edge at 3:18 p.m. Your Honour gets an appreciation of the spread and the time that it took to spread a significant difference. The bold yellow line that runs vertically through the red shaded area is the New England Highway. So this shows how quickly, Your Honour, the fire had moved to the east, southeast and crossed the highway. The Mount Mckenzie fire, Your Honour, burned for about 12 days. It was declared out on 18 September 2019. The next map, Your Honour, which is found at page 169 of the brief of evidence, shows the total area burned over that very short period of time. Coming now, if I may, Your Honour, to the issue of cause and origin. Police were aware of the fire from its infancy, and so the cause and origin investigation began swiftly once police arrived from Glen Innes and after early urgent attention on morning residents. At about 5:48 p.m. on the day of the fire, the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey, attended 43 Mount Mckenzie Road. Mr Neil Cutmore showed her where he recalled the fire starting. That location was 15 metres east of the house and 2 metres off the roadway. The officer in charge searched the area and located a discarded cigarette butt, which Your Honour can see in these images found at page 256 of the brief of evidence. In the next photograph, Your Honour, it's found at page 257, shows where the cigarette butt was located relative to the house and the power lines. On 8 October 2019, the officer in charge returned to the property with a number of Essential Energy employees and seized as exhibits some of the electrical conductors in situ at the scene, together with a joiner on one of the conductors and 3 high voltage pin insulators. This was prompted by matters raised by the RFS investigation into the cause and origin of the fire. Detective Senior Constable Andrew Chetham of the New South Wales Police Force Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command, or FETS, also attended the scene of the fire the day after it commenced. By that time, at 1:35 p.m. on 7 September 2019, the fire was burning out of control to the east. Temperatures in Tenterfield on 7 September exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, with humidity less than 10% and a northwest wind gusting up to 50 kilometres per hour, pushing the fire towards the southeast impacting the southern edge of Tenterfield. During his investigation, Detective Senior Constable Chettam identified indicators as to the origin of the fire, but did not locate anything that could have caused it. While he concluded that the cause was undetermined, he considered the likely cause to be the result of a discarded cigarette or an accidental ember from a vehicle or cigarette. From the RFS perspective, RFS fire investigator Mr Stephen May was assigned to investigate the cause and origin of the Mount Mckenzie Road fire. On 10 September 2019, Mr May spoke with Detective Senior Constable Ramsey, officer in charge of the investigation. She provided Mr May with some CCTV footage of the incident taken from another home some 300 metres away, as well as copies of the 11 photographs she had taken when she inspected the scene on 6 September. Mr May was able to access certain other information from RFS sources. Mr May examined the scene across 4 visits from 11 to 13 September. The scene had been contaminated by vehicles and foot traffic by the time of his investigation, but Mr May says he was able to observe macro and micro indicators of the origin of the fire. These indicators led him to what he surmised as the point of origin, 14 metres from the house at an angle of 93 degrees from the letterbox at the front of the property, roughly the same area as identified by Detective Senior Constable Ramsey and reported to her by Mr Cutmore. Mr May observed cigarette butts in the general area of origin, but did not identify any evidence that they caused the fire to ignite. I note, however, that Detective Senior Constable Ramsey had previously removed a discarded cigarette butt from the scene in order to send it DNA testing. Therefore, Mr May did not observe the cigarette butt that Detective Senior Constable Ramsey found at the scene. DNA testing of the cigarette butt removed by Detective Ramsey was ultimately demonstrated not provide any relevant information. Mr May, the RFS fire investigator, tracked various indicators which led him to several points of interest, giving the appearance of small blowholes and charring on the ground. And Your Honour sees a photograph that Mr May took that demonstrates charring. And other indicators of significance to Mr May as part of his investigation. Mr May says in his report, these marks are normally observed under transmission lines that have arced. It's not clear what Mr May actually means by this, and so this conclusion and the basis for it will need to be explored with Mr May in his evidence today. Mr May then relied in part upon that conclusion to further form the opinion that the most probable cause of the fire was accidental transmission as a result of power line arcing. As well as the blowholes or char marks he reported seeing at the scene, Mr May relied upon his observations that fire indicators radiated in all directions from one of the char marks in particular, and his review of CCTV footage said to show the rising of dust and smoke at the scene. He examined the power line using binoculars, a rifle scope and drone, but this did not demonstrate any direct arcing fault on the power lines. Mr May also used a magnet and found some fragments of metal from different points of interest at the scene, but these fragments have since been discounted as being of any relevance because the conductors at the scene were copper, and copper is not magnetic. When Mr May expressed the conclusion that the most probable cause of the fire was arc flash, he did so without the benefit of evidence later obtained by police from Essential Energy. This evidence established that no network system fault was recorded at the relevant time, and Essential Energy logs do not indicate any electricity current readings consistent with conductor clashing or arc flash. As to the possibility that electrical assets caused or contributed to the fire, Detective Senior Constable Chettam disagreed with Mr May. Detective Chettam had regard to the Essential Energy material, the absence of arc damage at the scene, and the fact that none of the witnesses closest to the scene in its earlier stages reported hearing or seeing any electrical events. Given the different conclusions reached by the New South Wales Police and Essential Energy on the one hand, and the RFS on the other, Associate Professor Trevor Blackburn from the School of Electrical Engineering at the University of New South Wales was engaged to provide an expert opinion. In October 2021, Associate Professor Blackburn attended the scene of the fire and examined the exhibits that had been seized by the officer in charge. Professor Blackburn concludes that arcing could not have caused the Mount Mckenzie Road fire. Professor Blackburn draws his conclusions based on several factors, including the following. If an arc did occur, it would be expected to make a loud, humming noise as the arc moved along the two clashing lines. Moreover, in his opinion, witnesses would have seen an extremely intense light emission. However, neither of these events were reported by witnesses closest to the scene, nor were they captured by the CCTV footage on his review. Secondly, Professor Blackburn expresses the opinion that an absence of any arc fusion damage to or evidence of arcing on the conductors, including any general overheating. He says that the fact that the conductors were made of copper, not aluminium, with copper being much less likely to ignite grass and vegetation in the event of arcing. This does not mean that it is impossible for copper to ignite a fire, but it is not efficient at igniting vegetation. He says an absence of evidence of the join in situ at the time of the fire having overheated, reinforced by the tests performed by Essential Energy at the scene, showing quite normal electrical resistance. He says no evidence of insulator failure or surface discharge over the insulator to the wooden poles was observed. He says the absence of any evidence within Essential Energy logs of any electrical faults on the 11,000 volt feeder at the time of the fire. Professor Blackburn says given that any clashing or arcing between conductors on that line would certainly have been recorded by the SCADA system of the protection recloser. The conclusion is that there was no involvement of the electrical system in the fire ignition. Mr. May was provided with a copy of Professor Blackburn's expert report and provided a further statement in response. Mr. May agreed there was no evidence of arc flash on the conductors. However, he reiterates the presence of small blowholes with dark charring on the ground, which in his experience are indicative of an electrical type flash. Mr. May was unable to reach any conclusions as to what may have caused the arcing, but now agrees the cause of the fire is best described as undetermined. During the course of these proceedings and after Professor Blackburn prepared his report to Your Honour, a new witness emerged, Ms Janelle Edwards. Although not a resident of Tenterfield, Ms Edwards was at the cemetery on 6 September 2019 with her husband paying her respects to family members. This is an aerial image annexed to Ms Edwards' statement and is found at page 165-4. X marks the point where her parents' burial site lies, and Y makes the general area she was walking towards in order to lay a flower on her uncle's grave. In the events that followed, she did not walk all the way down to the point marked Y. Ms Edwards tells the court as she walked in a westerly direction, the wind was blowing from the northwest and was strong. It wasn't a constant wind, but really gusting and full of dirt and leaves. She saw a single sharp flash to her left out of the corner of her eye at a time when she was lowering her head to avoid the dust from the wind gusts. The flash came from the direction of Mount Mckenzie Road. Ms Edwards did not hear any sound with the flash, but states that moments later she heard a whoosh and suddenly the fire had fully ignited and the flames really took off. Her evidence is that the flash and the flames came from the same location. She hurried back to her husband and told him they would have to get to the car and go. As they drove off, she saw a fire engine come past them, which might place their departure at around 1:45 p.m. Ms Edwards said they had got such a fright that they didn't think to ring 000 themselves. Ms Edwards' eyewitness account, Your Honour, was provided to the court expert, Professor Blackburn, along with the supplementary statement from Mr May. Along with now agreeing that the cause of the fire was best described as undetermined in this latest statement, Mr May also described seeing a fractured limb from a gum tree laying parallel to the fence line on Mount Mckenzie Road at the time of his investigation. Although estimated to be 180 metres east of the general area of origin, Mr May hypothesised that if the limb fell onto the conductors, it may have caused a whipping action along the line, which in turn may have contributed to the incident. But he could not say with any certainty that that is what occurred. Professor Blackburn considered this further evidence in another report. It did not cause him to change his opinion as to the lack of involvement of power lines in fire ignition. Professor Blackburn considered the possibility that there may have been a fire already burning under the line when Ms Edwards saw what she described as a flash, which was only moments later, followed by a fire fully ignited and burning. This reported timeline raised the possibility, having regard to Passion's law for gas discharge breakdown, of a spark breakdown between the conductors without the conductors touching together. This would explain, in Professor Blackburn's opinion, the lack of arc fusion damage on the conductors and to the joiner, but would cause a light flash similar to that described by Ms Edwards. Professor Blackburn, no doubt, will elaborate on this in his oral evidence this morning. With regard to the fallen limb observed by Mr May, Professor Blackburn states that if it had fallen onto the lines and caused a mechanical disturbance wave to be transmitted along the conductors, this may have caused the phase conductors above an existing fire to oscillate and move closer together, ultimately producing a spark breakdown as seen by Ms Edwards. Your Honour, over the last 2 weeks, Your Honour has heard numerous accounts of how the fires across the northern region have understandably impacted upon local residents and firefighters alike. Despite its small size, the Mount Mckenzie Road fire is no exception. On 6 September 2019, Neville Smith, a firefighter with over 55 years' experience, attended the Mount Mckenzie fire with Bill Petrie, the Deputy Captain of the Steinbrook RFS Brigade. Mr Smith was wearing RFS-issued PPE, which he had only worn about 3 times since it was issued. Initially, he and Mr Petrie had been working at the edge of the Tenterfield Township, and as the fire progressed to the southwest, he and Mr Petrie moved along trying to knock down active running edges of fire. Later that afternoon, they received a call from Bronwyn Petrie, Bill's ex-wife. She rang for help as the fire was impacting an area just north of their property. Mr Smith and Mr Petrie attended the property and were working in a paddock near the Petrie's home when a wind change pushed the active fire front towards them. They were working away from the RFS vehicle at the time. Mr Smith says he dropped to the ground to try and protect himself, but the heat became overwhelming. He got up and tried to move, but his protective gear was smouldering. His pants had melted from the knee down, and his jacket was on fire. Mr Petrie removed Mr Smith's jacket and helped him to a fence near the road. Mr Petrie went back to the truck to try and save it, but it was engulfed in flames as shown in this photo at page 147 of the brief. In the meantime, Brom and Petrie drove Mr Smith to Tenterfield Hospital. Mr Smith was in intensive care for a number of weeks and required numerous skin grafts. Your Honour can only imagine the physical and psychological toll of his injuries, but it's important to keep in mind the efforts of Mr Smith, like so many others who put themselves at some risk in an effort to protect their community. Mr Smith will always live with the physical and psychological effects of the Mount Mckenzie fire, but we all hope that those effects will become easier for him over time. New South Wales Police and Fire and Rescue New South Wales crews were also immediately caught up in the fire emergency. Whilst the potential for fire was obvious, given conditions on the ground, no one anticipated that a small fire would take off so quickly on the outskirts of town and threaten local schools and homes and the people inside them. First responders had to quickly respond to this emerging threat and did so in a way that at times put their own health and safety at risk to warn and evacuate others. Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey and the team that assisted her in the course of the investigation that followed are also to be commended for their efforts. Detective Ramsey is watching the proceedings but has not been called to give evidence because the statement she has prepared to the court provides a comprehensive account of her investigation into the cause and origin of the Mount Mckenzie fire. In particular, Your Honour, it was Detective Ramsey's quick thinking that saw her preserve certain exhibits at the scene, which now assist Your Honour to better understand what happened at Mount Mckenzie Road on the 6th of September 2019. Your Honour, I attended the brief of evidence of the inquiry into the Mount Mckenzie Road fire. I'm told, Your Honour, it becomes Exhibit 39A.
Yes, 39A.
And if it's convenient, Your Honour, the first witness to be called this morning is Associate Professor Trevor Blackburn, if he could be invited into the virtual courtroom, please.
Mr. Blackburn, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn.
Professor, would you please state your full name?
Trevor Robert Blackburn.
Could you please inform Her Honour of your present occupation?
At the present time, I'm a consulting engineer, but also a visiting fellow at University of New South Wales School of Electrical Engineering. I retired from there some years ago, but still maintain an association with the School of Electrical Engineering there.
I'll come to your expertise in a moment, but can I just ask you whether you have with you this morning the two reports that you prepared in relation to this fire, the first dated the 8th of December 2021?
Yes.
And do you adhere to the opinions you've expressed in that report today?
Yes.
And do you have also with you, Professor, a supplementary report that you prepared on or about the 15th of February this year?
Yes, I do.
And do you continue to adhere to the opinions you expressed in that report today?
I do.
Could I just ask you to set out, please, in general terms, your expertise in the field of electrical engineering and also in relation to investigations relating to cause and origin of fire?
My experience in electrical engineering is in the general field of power engineering and in the supply of electricity and the various equipment components that are needed to affect that supply to consumers and to transmit it. And my research specialty, as it was in the high voltage side, electrical discharges and the insulation material, and particularly in arcing failures of electrical equipment and in discharge failures of the insulation material. So, and as a result of my knowledge of arcs, I have been involved in many bushfire investigations over the years, and mostly involving those that cause arcs, but many others involving insulation failure and equipment failure.
And in relation to your experience in investigations of electrical interactions causing bushfires, were you involved in the Ash Wednesday fires inquiries?
Yes, I was, yes.
Were you involved in the Black Saturday bushfire inquiries?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved in inquiries relating to the Blue Mountains bushfires?
Yes.
The Tathra bushfire?
Yes.
And more recently, the Black Summer fires on the south coast of New South Wales in the 2019-2020 season.
Yes.
Is it fair to say, Professor, that you have over 45 years of experience working in the electrical power engineering area?
That's correct, yes.
And were you briefed by those assisting Her Honour to undertake an assessment to determine whether there was any evidence of any arc flash or other power line fault that may have been instrumental in the fire ignition at Mount Mckenzie Road?
Yes, I was.
And dealing, if I may, firstly with your first report, did you undertake, as part of your assessment, a site inspection?
Yes, yes.
And did you, as part of your assessment, Professor, examine a number of exhibits that were obtained by the officer in charge of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
And I'll come to those in a moment. Now, in terms of the point of origin, were you asked to assume that it was about 10 to 15 metres from the letterbox at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road in Tenterfield?
That's correct, yes.
And in relation to that area of origin, did you make some observations in relation to electrical infrastructure?
Yes, I did, yes. There
And what were those observations?
At approximately the point that was I was asked to assume was the origin of the fire, the power lines, the roads, there was a high voltage, three-phase, 11,000 volt power line that ran along that particular side of Mount Mckenzie Road and terminated. There was also a low voltage line there, but the important aspect insofar as potential for causing bushfires was that there was a joint in the roadside 11,000 volt, the roadside one of the three 11,000 volt lines. There was a joint there where two sections of line had been joined together by intertwining the strands of the two lines, and that ended up with a joint that was approximately 2 to 3 times the diameter of the individual conductor that made up the line. And so that was the main issue there. And then the pole, which was a few meters away from that, had a 240 volt cross arm underneath the 11,000 volt cross arm, and that 240 volt cross arm provided power to number 43. And also there was another line, that the 240 volt line that ran across the road to some consumer across the road.
Your Honour, I'll just have my instructing solicitor bring up photos 1, 2 and 3 of your first report, and they're found, Your Honour, page 156-6 through to -8. Whilst they're coming up, Professor, Was the 11,000 volt system constructed of copper?
Yes, it was. The conductors were made of copper. There were 7 strands of copper in the each of those 3 conductors on the insulators on the top cross arm, shown in photograph number 1, and there were 7 strands. Each strand was 1.6 millimeters in diameter, and so overall it made up a conductor diameter of around about 4 to 5 millimeters.
And that is sometimes referred to as 16 gauge, is it not?
Yes, it was an old line, so it was still the standard wire gauge, and that was 16 gauge, but the equivalent metric size was 1.63, I think, millimeters in diameter for each strand.
And in the old system, about 0.064 of an inch?
Correct, yes.
And now, in terms of the photographs, if we just go back, please, to photograph 1, we had there some footage which, can I ask you, was that taken from some drone footage provided by Essential Energy?
Yes, it was.
And you've mentioned that this is a dual circuit, that is, we have a 3-phase 11,000 voltage line, and that's,
yes,
as you've indicated, is on the upper cross arm.
That's
Where
correct.
one
Yes.
sees 3 insulators for each conductor.
Yes.
And then below that, the lower cross arm, does that contain the 2 conductors which you refer to as 240 volt system that's supplied to the resident?
Yes.
Now, we don't see in that photograph, do we, Professor, the join to which you've just referred in your evidence a moment ago?
No, I think that that is shown in a later photograph.
All right. If we could scroll, please, slowly to photograph 2. Photograph 2 is, again, and correct me if I'm wrong, Professor, a still taken from some drone footage provided by Essential Energy. Does that show the sort of general area of origin, to your understanding?
That's correct, yes. That shows very much the area of origin of the fire, where it started and then burned off from there, from that point that can be seen there, went off to the left.
And I'll just have my instructing solicitor, Professor, go to photograph 3, which I'm rather hopeful will show the join that you referred to in your evidence earlier.
Yes, that is the join, yes. That's
Now,
the 11,000 volt roadside line.
And is it your understanding that in terms of a specific point of ignition or origin of this particular fire, it was thought by RFS investigator Mr. May that the point of origin was directly beneath that join?
Yes.
And I'll just have my instructing solicitor zoom in, Your Honour, just so Your Honour will see more clearly the join in that roadside conductor line. As part of your assessment, Professor, did you have access to any records provided or produced by Essential Energy?
They provided a page which gave details of the protection operation, the electrical protection, that had there been an arcing fault on the line, it would have been picked up by the electrical protection, and so they provided electrical protection starting, I think, about 2 days before the fire, and then looking at all of the protection system operations immediately after the first one that was started shortly after the first operation of the protection system that started, I think, about an hour after the 1:30 start of the fire, and then it showed a number of operations of the protection system, which would have all been associated with the fire and the response of the protection system or the general supply system in the area to the fire.
I'll come to that in more detail shortly.
Sure.
But as part of your brief, did you understand that there was competing theories amongst fire investigators as to the likely cause?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
As part of your brief, did you come to learn there were competing theories amongst fire investigators as to the likely cause of this fire?
I did, yes.
And on the one hand, as we've already discussed, RFS investigator Stephen May was of the opinion that the cause was an arc flash event involving the contact joint in the roadside conductor.
Yes.
And on the other hand, there was Detective Chatham, who was of the opinion that the cause was undetermined, but was also of the opinion that it was not the result of an arc flash event.
Yes.
And in Detective Chetham's camp, did you have regard to a statement from Mr. Peter Wilson from Essential Energy, who held the role of network maintenance manager, who was of the opinion that the cause of the fire was not associated with any event that occurred in the electrical network operation or equipment?
Yes.
Now, did you come to ultimately conclude that there was no involvement by the electrical network in relation to the cause of this particular fire?
Yes, I did come to that after I'd examined the photographs and the drone footage, and then also looked and examined the insulators and the section of conductor joint that was taken and kept by police. I could find no evidence there that would support any arcing of the power line being a cause of the fire, a potential cause of the fire.
Well, if we just work through that, you've set out in your report, Professor, the various mechanisms for bushfire ignition from overhead power lines, and you've set out that there are 4 possible mechanisms for bushfire ignition from overhead power lines. The first is emission of incandescent molten particles from clashing event arcing. The second, overheating of inadequately made or deteriorated conductor lines.
Yes.
Third, lightning strike to one or more overhead lines or to the pole.
Yes.
And then finally, 4 pole top fires. Now, in relation to the last 2, were you easily able to exclude the cause of this fire from pole top fire?
Yes. There was no evidence of damage to the wooden cross arm in the photography taken by the drone. There was no evidence of any tracking or discharge across the wood there, and so that is almost a necessity to start a pole top fire. And from the lightning records, there was no evidence of any lightning strikes. I think within about 2 days in that area, within about 2 days of the fire, and so I was able to quickly dispose of both of those potential causes of ignition.
Yes. Now, turning to the mechanism of emission of incandescent molten particles from clashing event arc, could you just explain, for Her Honour's benefit, in lay terms, what that mechanism is and how does it come about?
When it usually happens in windy conditions, not always, but almost all, or generally happens in windy conditions, that you can have conductors of a 3-phase line, as we've got here, clashing together when they're being affected by particularly gusting winds. and they can clash together and then separate again as the wind moves on. But because they have different voltage between them, in this case with an 11,000 volt three-phase line, there will be 11,000 volts between any two of the three-phase conductors at all times. And so when they clash together, you have this high voltage there that generates a current between the two conductors at the points of contact, and that quickly starts heating of the conductor material. And then a short time later, they will then separate. But by that time, the heating has caused a little bit of fusion of the material, and as they separate, they will generate an arc between the two conductors. And as the two conductors separate further, that arc will lengthen. It can go out to maybe 11,000 volts will support probably about a metre of arc, but not in windy conditions. But anyway, nevertheless, it will go out to maybe 20, 30 centimetres in this case, and that arc will typically be many hundreds of amps, and that will generate very severe heating at the points of contact with the conductor, the copper conductor in this particular case. And that point of contact and the current that's passing through it will heat the conductor up to its melting point, and then it will melt. You'll get small particles being emitted from both of the contact points with the arc, and then those small particles can fall down to the ground and being emitted at the melting point of the material. In the case of copper, it's the melting point is 1085 degrees Celsius, and so that can fall to the ground. It will cool down a little bit, particularly in the case of copper, but it will still be at a significant temperature when it reaches the ground. And it can then, if it's in contact with dry grass or dry vegetation on the ground, it can transfer heat to the vegetation on the ground. Generally, grass needs about 300 to 400 degrees Celsius, needs to be at that temperature to cause ignition, and with the conductor emitted particles being at their melting point and cooling a little, it can still be at that temperature when it reaches the ground, and so cause ignition.
Professor, in terms of damage, what, if any, damage based on your experience would you expect to see in an arcing event caused by the clashing of conductors?
Sorry, what?
What, if any, damage would one see
Yeah, sorry,
as a result of an arcing event caused by the clashing of conductors?
because it melts the material at the two end points of the arc, and those end points, because the material is melted and makes it easier for electrons and ions to go from the metal into the arc gas. They tend to anchor at both conductor ends of the arc, and so they burn there, they melt the material, and so it gets to cause very severe arc fusion of the conductor, and sometimes one or two of the strands may be melted so much that they will separate, and so it becomes obvious if there has been a clashing arc occurring on the conductor anywhere there from the melting, the fusion melting damage to the conductors.
From your observations of the relevant conductors and your inspection of the exhibits obtained by police, did you make any observations of any evidence of arc fusion damage or any general overheating to the conductor lines near to 43 Mount Mckenzie Road?
No, there was no evidence of arc fusion or overheating at all on the section of conductor that I looked at in the police station.
I'll just have displayed for Her Honour, Professor, photograph 4 of your first report. And I should stress, Your Honour, that this is not a photograph of the particular conductor, but it's been inserted by Professor into his report to demonstrate the type of damage one might see to an aluminium conductor as a result of an arcing event.
Yeah. So
Have I got that right, Professor?
That's correct, yes. So in this case, you can see that one of the strands, one of the aluminium strands, has been totally melted away and would have been emitted in the form of small spherical particles and dropped to the ground. And there's also a little bit more fusion damage elsewhere, but that is the typical sort of damage that you get. It's very easy to pick that up both visually and from a tactile sensing on the conductor.
In relation to the protection system records, that is the recloser records, would you expect any data or records held by Essential Energy that would be consistent with arc fusion damage or overheating, or not?
If there was arc fusion or arc clashing arc events occurring, they would, with 11,000 volts between them, they would generate an overcurrent, a high fault current level, and that would then cause the protection, in this case a recloser, a circuit breaker, to pick up the overcurrent and to then trip. And generally clashing arc faults will last for long enough to cause the protection to pick up and to trip. And so had there been a clashing arc there, I would have expected, first of all, that there would have been some notice of an overcurrent being picked up and recorded on the system, on the data handling system, and then I would have expected that the recloser would have tripped and isolated current to that particular three-phase line in the event of a clashing fault. But in the records that I was given from Essential Energy, there was no evidence of any impact on the protection system at the time of the fire. The only one that happened came about an hour later.
In summary then, Professor, do you agree with me in relation to excluding the emission of incandescent molten particles from clashing event arcing? You're able to do that based on your inspection of the line and indeed the exhibits and the protection system records, because there was no evidence of arc fusion damage or general overheating, firstly, and secondly, there was no trip to the electrical protection system.
Yes, I would agree. They did not show any evidence that one could assign to a clashing arc fault, and so I was able to just reject that hypothesis as the cause of the fire.
Turning to the last possible mechanism for bushfire ignition from overhead power lines, that is overheating. of inadequately made or deteriorated joints in conductor lines, how were you able to exclude that as a possible mechanism for ignition of this fire?
To cause a fire in that case, the joint, if it was a badly made joint, it would have caused overheating at that joint because of the high electrical resistance that the poorly made joint would produce, and that high electrical resistance would generate quite significant heat at the join. And in the ultimate sense, if it was a very badly made joint, it would heat it up to hundreds of degrees, and in some cases, maybe even to the melting point of the conductor. But certainly it would, and then of course it could melt, and the joint could break, and it could then generate an arc as they separated and dropped molten particles on the ground. But the joint was still very much as it would have been when it was first made. It was slightly contaminated by the weather over the years and the time that it had been made, but it was a very well made joint, and showed no evidence of any arc fusion or of overheating of the joint. And my observation of that were then confirmed when I saw the measurements that were being taken of the electrical resistance of that joint after the fire. The essential energy workers measured the resistance of the joint with a micrometer, got 1.07 milliohms, which is a very good, yes, in that photograph there, measuring that resistance, and that showed 1.07 milliohms, which is a very good low resistance for that type of conducted joint, and that wouldn't have created any overheating problems at all. And so based on that and my examination of the joint, I could dispose of them or dispose of the joint and the possible overheating of it as a potential cause of fire.
Thank you, Professor. And just finally, I just want to deal with some of the exhibits that you inspected. You examined, did you not, some metal shards that were found at the scene of the fire and were retained by police. Were those shards conductor or made of copper or not?
They were a metal, and they'd actually been picked up by the police using a magnet, and so they were certainly not copper. They wouldn't have been able to pick them up with a magnet if they were copper, and so they would have had to have been steel or some steel-based material alloy, but they did not show any evidence of being involved in an arc, and so they were just shards that either came off of some material through some mechanical process, but certainly they were not, in my opinion, they did not arise from any electrical interaction.
Professor, to your knowledge, was any copper shards located near the point of ignition, consistent with perhaps your first hypothesis in relation to mechanism, that is incandescent particles?
There were none, no such copper particles found to my knowledge.
Is that, based on your experience, something that may be found if there's been an arcing event due to the clashing of conductors or not?
It's usually very difficult to determine that in the sorts of conditions that pertained at that spot where it was a grass verge, and there was dirt around. It wasn't a smooth surface, and so it would be very difficult to find copper particles. But what will happen to the copper, of course, is that it will oxidize and burn away, and so you won't be left with any perceivable form of copper there. It will be just a small globule of oxidized material that, in the case of copper oxide, will be a black particle, and so it will certainly not be something that could be easily identified as a product of an arcing clash from the overhead line.
Professor, I'd like to turn now to your second report, which is your report of 15 February 2022. This report came about, did it not, because you were provided with some additional material, primarily a supplementary statement from RFS Fire Investigator Mr. May, and also a statement, an eyewitness statement from a lady by the name of Janelle Edwards.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And I just wanted to ask you firstly to explain, as best one can in lay terms, Passion's law.
Yeah. When you have electrical breakdown between two metal conductors with a high voltage between them, the way in which the electrical breakdown, basically a spark in the first instance, a spark discharge occurs, is to use free electrons. It's to use any free electrons between those two electrodes, and the free electrons are always there. They come with cosmic rays and all sorts of radiation that comes from the outer parts of the Earth and through the Earth's atmosphere. So there are always a small number of free electrons in any space. And so what happens is that when you have a voltage between the two conductors, that voltage can then in effect accelerate and give energy to that free electron and pull it from the direction of one electrode into the other electrode. And then if you give it enough energy, then it will make collisions with neutral atoms or neutral molecules. And if it has enough energy, it can then cause ionization. It can cause the release of electrons from those neutral atoms. And then, of course, that additional free electron is caught up by the electric field, is accelerated, given energy by that. And so then you may have two electrons generating further ionization and freeing of more electrons. And so eventually you generate an avalanche of electrons going from one electrode side to the other. And if you get enough of those electrons with enough energy there going into the anode part of the electrode, then you'll get a spark breakdown occurring, because you then effectively transformed with all those free electrons that you've generated in the avalanche. You've then got a conducting path between those two electrons at different voltage and electrodes at different voltage. And then that will allow whatever resources the power supply has to make a channel through there. And it will then go from that small avalanche of electrons into an arc discharge and cause breakdown in the first instance. What Passion found was that the probability of this breakdown would change if you decrease the number density of those neutral atoms or molecules in between the two electrodes. And so he found that if you had a low number density there, lower than atmospheric, say half the number, then in that case, the electrons would travel a greater distance before they made a collision with an atom. And so their, as it's called, their mean free path would be increased. But the importance of that is that with an increased mean free path, they will get much more energy from the electric field and so be able to cause ignition a little bit more easily. And more particularly, it can happen that as you go to a lower pressure, then it will take a lower voltage to cause this breakdown, this avalanche to be generated. And so that was what Passion found. And this was all empirical experimentation that he did back in the 1870s or 1880s. I think he just varied the pressure of the gas and found that at high pressure you needed a higher voltage. At low pressure, low number densities, you needed a much lower voltage. And so basically, if you reduce the pressure, reduce the number of atoms in between those two electrons, then you reduce the voltage that is required. And so in this particular application, if you have a fire already in existence under the power line, that fire, which burns at 700 or 800 degrees Celsius, will generate very high temperatures in the gas, and it will in effect give you a lower number density, of atoms, because it also generates pressure, and that distributes them, drives them out of the region between the two electrodes. And so then you have a much lower number density of atoms between those two electrons. And so the voltage that you need to cause breakdown, to cause this avalanche breakdown, reduces. And so that's what Passion's law says, that if you increase the gas pressure and increase the number density of atoms, then you need a higher voltage to break it down. If you decrease the number density of atoms, as you would do with the flames that are coming up under the power line, then that will reduce the voltage that is needed to cause breakdown between those two lines. So that's in effect what Passion's law says. High number densities mean high voltage required. Low number densities mean low voltage required to cause breakdown between two metal electrodes at different voltage.
Professor, the spark breakdown to which you've referred, would that manifest itself to the human eye as a light flash?
Yes, yeah, it would be. It would not be a flashing arc as we saw with the ones that we were discussing earlier with the fusion. It would occur without contact between the two conductors, and it would in effect be a spark type breakdown. And over that distance, you may not expect it to stay in one place because there is no melting, because the conductors haven't come together, and you don't get the melting at the two ends of the arc in that flashing arc situation. In this case, you've got a spark and then a following arc from that across an air gap. But because you don't have the melting effect at the electrodes, the arc is not anchored at those 2 points, and so it moves about. It can move along in it's always in a direction away from the power source. The magnetic forces that are generated always drive it away from the power source. In this case, it would have tended to have moved towards number 43 on Mount Mckenzie Road, and so it won't be the intense arc that you will get from the clashing conductor. It will just be a flash of light, and as it's moving, the wind will help to extinguish that arc very quickly.
And from your experience, would it be an intense light?
Certainly not as intense as the clashing arc, where you start off in effect with a full prospective fault current that occurs in that case. That will give you a very bright flash of light in the beginning. As the arc length increases, as they move away from the clashing section, then the amount of the current will decrease because of the actual electrical impedance of the arc will decrease the current, and so in that case the light emission will decrease as the arc lengthens. But initially, in the first stages of the clashing arc generation, it will be a very bright flash. In this particular case, with breakdown over a short gap without touching of the conductors, then you will have, when the spark occurs, you will then get the power follow current determined by whatever the short circuit resources of the power source are. It will flow through that. But because you've got that length of air there, that represents a significant impedance, and so the current in this particular type of breakdown will be lower than it would be initially in the first stages of the clashing arc. And so you will get a lower level of light output because it's going to be a lower current, not emitting quite as intense light, and because it's got more electrical impedance in the arc there. So that in this case, you won't have the intense light flash that you had from the clashing arc, but you will have certainly a noticeable flash of light, but just not quite as intense as you would get initially in the clashing arc form.
Professor, you described the light as perhaps being very bright. From your experience, could that very bright light be seen many metres, hundreds of metres away, or not?
It can be seen, certainly some distance away. I would say, I think from my calculations, I think Ms. Edwards was about 100 metres or so away, and certainly it would be visible as a light flash at that distance. But then there was the CCTV camera that was about 350 metres away. I think an arc flash over that distance, particularly with some intervening things, would be much less likely to be noticeable in that case.
And when you refer to intervening, are you referring to perhaps smoke obscuring any flash from that distance of 350 metres? In terms of Ms. Edwards' statement, she also says that she heard a whoosh, a whooshing noise. Is there likely to be some noise when the spark breakdown occurs and causes the light flash, from your experience?
There would certainly be, in this particular case, of a breakdown, because you get a sudden expansion of that spark channel as the current flows through it. It will generate a noise. But generally, it's not a noise that I would describe as a whoosh. It's more of a cracking type noise because it's a very sudden expansion as the current starts to flow through the breakdown path. It's a very sudden expansion of the channel, and so you get in effect a shock wave of air propagating away, and so it will be a loud cracking noise rather than a whoosh. A whoosh, when I read that, seemed to me to be more associated with some movement or development in a fire on the ground.
Yes, and I just wanted to come to that. To have this spark breakdown that you've described, is it more likely to be as a result of a fully developed fire, which is generating higher temperatures than a fire in its early stages?
Yes, yeah. I think to get that breakdown at reduced voltage, you really need to have a significant reduction in the number of those neutral atoms that you've got in that even. And so that means that you've got to have pretty much the full effect of a fire underneath the power line that is going to give you that high temperature of the air underneath immediately at the power line and give you that reducing number. So it really means that to get that effect, it's got to be a very well developed fire at that stage.
And lastly on this topic, if there was a spark breakdown at some point in that line on the 6th of September 2019, would that be recorded in Essential Energy's protection system or not?
No, I believe that it wouldn't be, because it's a much more transient form of discharge. In the case of the clashing arc, the arc forms as the conductors clash together. They give you a very high fault current that will cause the protection to pick up. And then it's only when the arc increases its length that the electrical impedance or resistance of the arc starts to decrease the current. But you get a very high current in the first stages, and that will cause the protection to pick up and to register that. In the particular case where you've got, in effect, a long arc initially, you've got all of that impedance in the arc, and it reduces the current quite significantly. The electrical impedance that you get from an arc path through air of maybe 20 or 30 centimeters is quite significant in terms of reducing the current. And so that reduced current will take place immediately, and it may well be that that reduced current will be below the pickup level of the relay system. This is a phase-to-phase fault, and so the protection system will only pick up that when it is in overcurrent mode, when it's maybe 20 or 30% above the maximum normal rated load current. And in many situations, particularly in outdoor overhead line systems, particularly, you can get the impedance of the air decreasing the fault current to a level that is below the tripping level of the overcurrent section of the protection relay. If it was an earth fault, it would be a different matter. Earth faults have a much more sensitive pickup, but not overcurrent phase-to-phase faults.
In summary, Professor, did you conclude that the flash of light that Ms. Edwards has stated she saw is more likely explained by spark breakdown as opposed to fire ignition?
Yes, I do believe that that is the case. The fire in this case was the cause of that spark breakdown.
Yes. Now, turning, if I may, to Mr. May's second statement, he indicates in that statement that he found a fallen tree limb some metres away from the point of ignition. In relation to spark breakdown, do you necessarily need the involvement of a tree limb to cause the wave effect to which you and he have referred to in your reports?
I think it certainly makes it much more likely that you will have spark breakdown if you have some interaction with the line, such as a tree branch falling on it, maybe up to 100 metres or so away. It will then cause the lines to oscillate, and then that will propagate down the line. And so it will then go down to the span where where the joint was just before the pole near number 43. It will go down there, and it will cause some movement of the three phase conductors of the 11,000 volt line there, and so it will cause some movement, and that coupled with the wind effect can make the movement and the spacing between each of those three lines vary quite considerably, and it can mean that maybe between two of those lines there was a significant decrease of the distance between them, not enough to cause them to clash together, but enough in the situation with the fire under the line, decreasing the number density of atoms that you've got to cause this electron avalanche to break down, just bringing them together and requiring less voltage than maybe it could have been had it just been movement of the different conductors under the effects of wind only.
Because I'd just like to show you a photograph, if I may. It's found at page 78 of the brief of evidence. You may have seen this as part of the material provided to you. It's a photograph taken by Mr. May, and it's number 37 in his bundle as part of his fire investigation report. And do you recall reading in Mr. May's first report the concept of blowholes caused
Yes, I do.
as a result of arcing events? Firstly, based on your expertise, is there such a phenomenon as blowholes or small holes caused by arcing?
Not that I have come across, and so it. Yes, I looked at that photograph. It seemed to me that the hollowing out of the soil there just seemed to be a little bit larger to me than would be consistent with the amount of thermal energy that was in this particle, and so as I said, I've not really come across them in my experience, and so all I can say is that it seems to me that the effects of that and the whole just seem to be a little bit beyond the amount of energy that you would have in those high temperature particles. Certainly there's enough energy, thermal energy there to cause ignition of dry grass, but to cause that sort of depression in soil just seemed to me to be inconsistent with the energy that would be available in those high temperature particles.
I take it then that based on your many years of experience that you're unaware of a blowhole or a hole that you've just seen in that photograph being caused by a spark breakdown.
That's correct, yes.
Just pardon me a moment, Professor Don, is there anything else? Your Honour, that concludes the examination.
Professor, if you just wouldn't mind waiting, I just want to see if there's questions from any of the other council.
Thank you.
Mr. Newton?
Your Honour, I've just dropped out for about a few minutes. My computer just crashed unexpectedly. I do have a question, but it's possible that Mr. Castleton just covered the area that I was going to ask about. So if I'm being repetitive, I apologise for that.
Thank you.
With that qualification, Professor Blackburn, I understand Mr. Castleton was just asking you some questions about spark breakdown and showed you pictures taken by the fire investigator Steve May. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, as I say, I missed those questions, so I apologise if I'm repeating matters you've already come across. But as I understand it, spark breakdown is an electrical discharge into the air using electrons in the air. Is that right or not?
That's, yes, yeah. When there's an electric field, say between two metal electrodes, then that electric field will or can potentially pick up free electrons in the air and accelerate them and cause spark breakdown between the two pieces of metal.
And you're aware that that fire investigator May found a tree branch that potentially impacted on the conductors some distance away from where the fire started. That's right,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. The effect of that tree branch would have been to generate some mechanical interaction with the lines and then and just move them about, and that movement of the lines would have been transmitted along the lines in both directions away from the interaction with the tree branch would be to transmit that as a wave along the line, and so eventually maybe depending on how far it is, it goes at about 200 or 300 meters per second. But so a short time later, after the tree branch hit that line, then you would have some effect at the span where the joint was, where the fire ignited. You would have some movement of the lines there, and coupled with the wind action, that could cause two of those lines to come very close together, not touch, but come close together and have a spark breakdown at the voltage that you've got there, generated by the very by a high temperature fire, well, not by a fire underneath the line, reducing the number density of the neutral atoms between those two lines, and so reducing the voltage that would be required between them to cause spark breakdown.
And is there any phenomenon by which the tree falling onto the lines and causing the lines, the wave to go down the lines for with exacerbation by wind, can that lead to the lines in effect vibrating for some period of time, and leading to an increased chance of this spark breakdown over a period of time?
Yes, over it will it can go along the line. There can be reflections of the wave back from any discontinuities in the line, but certainly that can the interaction of the tree can cause movement of the line that can with hot gases impinging on the line can reduce the spark breakdown and so cause spark breakdown.
And can the spark breakdown extend from the line down to the ground?
Not in this case, no. It certainly that sort of breakdown has occurred with fires under lines before, but they've been for much higher voltage lines, typically 300,000, 400,000 volt lines, and then there is enough voltage there to break over the long distances down to the ground, but not 11,000 volts.
Yeah, with 11,000 volts, is there any mechanism by which a discharge can reach the ground?
No, not really, not at that voltage.
Right. Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. I just want to check if Ms. Ranson and Ms. Wilkinson have any questions. Otherwise, if you do, I might take a break first. Ms. Ranson?
No questions from me, Your Honour. My instructions are to maintain a watching brief.
Thank you, Ms. Ranson. Ms. Wilkinson?
No, there's no questions from me, Your Honour.
All right, anything arising?
Nothing arising, Your Honour.
All right, thanks very much, Professor. It's been very useful, your evidence today. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. We might take the morning adjournment and resume at 12:20.
Please, the call.
Mr. Cassidy.
Your Honour, I call Detective Senior Constable Andrew Chettam.
Detective, are you there in the virtual room? Yes.
Yes.
Can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. Just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Detective, would you please state your full name, rank, and the station or unit you are attached to presently?
Detective Senior Constable Andrew Chettam, Chettham, attached to the Forensic Services Group or Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command at Inverell.
And have you provided, in relation to a fire that's known as the Mount Mckenzie Road fire, a statement dated the 2nd of December 2020?
I have.
And does that statement deal in part with an investigation by you in relation to the origin and cause of that particular fire that commenced on the 6th of September 2019?
It does.
Have you had an opportunity to read it recently?
Yes.
Are there any matters that require any correction?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you otherwise adhere to the opinions you've expressed therein?
Yes.
Dealing, if I could, firstly with the investigation you conducted in relation to the origin and cause of this particular fire, at the time that you undertook your investigation, did you have available to you a statement from the officer in charge of this particular fire, Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey of the Glen Innes Police?
A statement? No.
Did not have her statement?
When I investigated the fire?
Yes.
No, it
Sorry.
was the next day.
When you, my apologies. When you came to do your statement, did you have, by that time, a statement from Detective Ramsey of Glen
No, I
Innes?
didn't. No.
Could I just to refresh your memory, could I take you to page 5, Detective, of your statement under the heading reference material?
Yes.
Uh,
Yes.
And does paragraph 18 set out the additional material you had regard to when you came to complete this statement over and above what you had yourself taken by way of observations as part of your investigation?
Yeah, sorry, my misunderstanding. Yes. Yes.
Now, can I just have displayed, please, for the benefit of the detective, image 1, which is found at page 8 of your statement, Detective. Now, there's a red arrow near the words Mount Mckenzie Road. What does the red arrow represent?
That's generally the area of origin.
Is that a general area of origin or is it a specific area of origin?
It's pointing to that area of grass around the fence or near the fence. That would be an area of origin.
Thank you. And in relation to the 3 yellow arrows, what does that represent?
That's simply the direction of travel once the fire took hold and started travelling.
And as part of your investigation, did you have access to some CCTV footage that was obtained by police from a nearby resident?
Yes, I saw that footage.
And by reference to this image on the screen, which is image 1, page 8 of your statement, are you able to indicate whether or not that CCTV footage was obtained by one of the residents' houses that we see in this photograph or not?
Yeah, that's my understanding, that it's the block next to block 15, I think.
Well, if we need to scroll down, please indicate, but is it towards the bottom right-hand side of the image, and if the cursor could move slightly to the left to a green
the residence.
roof.
Yeah, that's the residence I thought it was from. Or
Thank you. Now, as part of your investigations and inquiries, Detective, do you know what the distance is between that house with the green roof to the area of origin marked by the red arrow?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Would the distance of perhaps 350 metres seem appropriate to you, having been out to that area, or not?
Yes, certainly. It was, by estimate, it was a number of football fields long. For reference, 350 metres would be very close. 350 metres.
And did you, as part of your consideration of Detective Ramsey's statement, have regard to photographs of a cigarette butt that were taken and the examination of a cigarette butt that was located in that general area of origin near to the house, number 43, Mount Mckenzie Road?
That's correct. I did the subsampling of that cigarette butt for DNA.
Okay. And in relation to the DNA analysis, what were the results of that?
No profile, as far as I'm aware.
And was it just the one cigarette butt, or was there more than one?
There was one.
And in relation to the location of that cigarette butt, are you able to describe today where it was in relation to the area of origin of this particular fire?
It was as far as I'm aware, Constable Ramsey collected the cigarette butt, so I couldn't be 100% exact, but it was in the vicinity of the driveway just prior to where cars were pulling off the road to visit 43, which is in that within the area of origin, I guess, but I would have thought it was more on the fence line of the area of origin.
Some distance away from where the butt was found, do I take it?
That's right.
And you mentioned a moment ago that Detective Ramsey obtained the cigarette butt. When you went out to the site, it was the day after the fire started, was it not? The 7th of September?
Yes.
And Detective, when you undertook your examination of the scene, was it degraded or disturbed in any way?
Yes, it was heavily. Sorry, yes, it was heavily disturbed. A lot of vehicle traffic had since run over that very area. There was numerous tracks in the ash, which made tracking fires quite difficult.
And why was that is making tracking the fire difficult? Was it because particular indicators were not present or were present but had been disturbed?
Yes, that's correct. Micro indicators are quite fragile in grass particularly, and that had, like I say, a lot of vehicle activity between the two incidents, probably fire trucks, and obviously they have to do what they have to do. But unfortunately for us, that doesn't sometimes equate to good crime scene preservation.
And based on your methodology, having regard to macro and micro fire indicators, what conclusion did you reach in relation to the likely cause of this particular fire?
The fire, unfortunately, remains undetermined. There was the fire could be tracked to some grass around that fence area that shows on the map. It couldn't be narrowed down to a small area of origin, but even in that large area that I sort of within a few meters of that area, I searched thoroughly backwards and forwards. There was nothing. So in that circumstance, there's nothing we can attribute to the fire, to the igniting of the fire, of course.
Do I take it from that last answer, Detective, that you were unable to locate a specific point of origin?
That's correct.
And in terms of a general area of origin, did you have it somewhere between perhaps 17 or 18 metres west of number 43 Mount Mckenzie Road?
That's correct.
Now, Ed, when you've come to do your statement, which is dated the 2nd of December 2020, you've identified that you had available to you a statement from Mr. Stephen May, RFS fire investigator.
That's correct.
And did you reach the conclusion, having read that report of Mr. May, that you did not agree with his opinion that the cause of this fire was an arcing event?
That's correct.
And why was it that you disagreed with Mr. May in relation to likely cause in respect of this fire?
There was, as far as I was concerned, there was simply no supporting evidence that could be obtained from the scene to support that. There was nothing. There was nothing that I could do at the scene at the time, or there was nothing to indicate a arcing event. I have a very shallow understanding of arcing events, but I was of the impression that those power lines certainly wouldn't have enough electricity, wouldn't carry enough voltage to reach the ground, was my only understanding of it at the time. I'm aware of arc flash within a bushfire, like during a bushfire, where there's heavy smoke and flame, which changes the parameters slightly, and there are arc flashes possible, but it's not at the start of a fire as far as I've ever heard in that circumstance.
In terms of indicators, what types of indicators or evidence would you expect to see consistent with an arcing event?
Probably less. There was nothing nothing on the power lines. Not that I could see them very well from the ground, but there was nothing. There's nothing that I saw. But it was more statements from people around. There was no loud bang, sort of lightning sort of type style crack or bang that they had heard. I'm aware that there was a car and some people in relatively close proximity in that very timeline. I'm sure they would have seen something.
And did you also have the benefit of a statement from Mr. Peter Wilson, an engineer with Essential Energy, that indicated that there was no trip recorded or fault recorded on the protection system, or not?
I certainly didn't have that at the time that I did the examination of the area the next day, but later down the track I was given that statement, which basically supported what I was thinking.
Is it fair to say, Detective, that you came to the view that in relation to cause, it was undetermined, but it was likely that it was a result of a discarded cigarette or an accidental ember from a vehicle or cigarette?
Considering the lack of viable ignition sources in the area, we have to sort of start thinking about human intervention, or whether people had something to do with it, whether by accident or intent. Something could have fallen off a car. The cigarette ember an ember could have flown off a cigarette. Generally, cigarettes go out when they stop smoking them. But given the wind conditions, the very, very strong winds, that will continue to keep a cigarette ignited. I've lit fires in training circumstances with cigarettes. I've lit beds on fire in training circumstances with cigarettes. So they certainly have the capacity to light a fire. Given some parameters, and obviously dry, hot, and extremely windy conditions, which were what was present on the day, would certainly, in my mind, support a cigarette to the point of igniting grass, dry grass.
And just finally, if I may, Detective, from your examination of that general area of origin, was there any indicators to your mind immediately below any of the conductor lines, or not? consistent with an ignition point?
No, I've done some electrocutions in my time with forensic services. I certainly didn't see anything consistent with those sort of marks. I've seen marks in grass related to augers touching power lines. They have a very distinct pattern, particularly on boots of people. But certainly no, I saw nothing in that area that would make me think electricity.
Your Honour, that concludes the examination of this witness.
Detective, if you wouldn't mind just waiting while I see if there's questions from anyone else. Mr. Newton?
Your Honour, no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Ranson, we're just watching brief.
No questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Ms. Wilkinson?
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Detective. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Ward?
Your Honour, the next witness is Mr. Stephen May.
Thank you. Mr. May, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can, Your Honour.
Thank you. We'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. May. Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Your Honour. Would you state your name and the address of your place of employment?
Stephen James May, operating out of the Southwest Slope Zone office and now located at 459 Burley Griffin Way, Cunningham.
In 2019, did you conduct an investigation on behalf of the Rural Fire Service into the cause and origin of the Mount Mckenzie Road Tenterfield fire?
I did.
In that capacity, did you prepare a statement of the 22nd of September 2020?
I did.
Does that statement annex a copy of your report that was submitted on the 15th of January 2021?
I did.
And did you prepare another statement on the 10th of February of this year?
I did.
Do you have copies of those statements with you, Mr. May?
I do.
In the course of your investigation, did you spend a number of hours at the scene of the ignition of this fire, spread across a 3-day period in September of 2019?
Yes, I did.
The fire started on the 6th of September 2019, and your first inspection appears to have taken place on the 11th of that month. Does that sound about right?
That is correct.
So 5 days after the fire commenced.
That is correct.
You say in your investigation report there was some contamination of the scene in the intervening period. In what way was it contaminated?
Mostly vehicle traffic and foot traffic. To the untrained eye, I don't think you would have observed there was a fire on the verge of that road.
Her Honour has heard evidence this morning from Detective Senior Constable Chetham, the New South Wales Police investigator into the cause and origin of the fire. Were you able to listen into that evidence, Mr. May? Mr. Chetham describes the contamination at the scene in this way, and I just want to give you an opportunity to comment on his observations. He said that the scene was heavily disturbed. Would you agree with that description as at the time of your investigations?
Yes, I would.
He said that there'd been a lot of vehicular activity at the scene, possibly from fire appliances responding to the fire. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
He said that in his opinion, that contamination made tracking of indicators at the scene quite difficult. Would you agree with that from your perspective?
Yes and no, because I also, when I was tracking the fire, I was actually using Detective Senior Constable Nicole Ramsey's photos, which were taken on the day of the fire to help me identify runs of fire.
Were the photos provided by Detective Senior Constable Ramsey taken at a time when the scene was less contaminated than at the time of your attendance?
That is
I'm
correct.
sorry. Thank you. Is it the case that notwithstanding the contamination of the scene in the intervening period, by the time you concluded your report in 2020, you were confident that the probable cause of the fire was arc flash?
Yes, I'd just like to, the term arc flash and arcing in our training doctrine does not meet what an engineer would class as arc flash. As you probably would have gathered, I didn't hear it, but they seem to have they do have a language to themselves. Arc flash in an engineering point of view means a direct short, a clashing of lines, or a short down an insulator. Where arc flash, and of course they use the word flash over, which means something else different to us, and spark. But arc flash to us is an electrical discharge from the line.
So at the conclusion of your investigation, as recorded in your report in early 2020, you had established that the most probable cause of the fire was accidental by transmission and power lines causing arc flash. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Although you're saying today that there is perhaps a difference in definition between the way you use the phrase as a fire investigator versus the way an electrical engineer might use the phrase. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to have a photo brought up on screen taken from some of the photos next to your report, and this is found within page 93 of the brief. Do you see that on the screen, Mr. May? It's photo number 52 using your numbering.
Yes, I can see it.
Is it the case that you used a magnet at the scene to recover fragments of metal from different points of interest at the scene of the fire?
Yes, I did.
And the points of interest that, I withdraw that, what were the points of interest where you collected these metal fragments?
I had 6 or 7 points of interest where I could identify runs of fire from 4 of them, and I was using a magnet to see if there was anything there.
Have you since become aware of evidence demonstrating that the conductors at the site at Mount Mckenzie Road were copper conductors?
Yes.
And would you agree that copper is not magnetic?
I agree.
That would suggest, wouldn't it, that whatever the metal fragments were that you located here in this photo at the scene, they did not come from the conductors overhead at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road.
I agree.
And in fact, that conclusion is reinforced by your own observation at the scene, given that you did not observe damage to the conductors when you were present in September of 2019. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
All right. I'm going to ask you some questions now about certain char marks that you observed at the scene. Is it fair to say, Mr. May, that you inspected firstly the general area of origin for this fire, and it led you to identify several points of interest giving the appearance of small blowholes and char marks on the ground?
Correct.
I'm going to have page 34. Just if Your Honour would just bear with me, because I'm not sure that I've got my numbering right. Just hold on a minute. How many of these points of interest did you observe in total? Can you recall?
7.
So these are 7 points of interest that had the appearance of small blowholes and char marks on the ground. Is that right?
No, only that blowhole was obvious. Page 109 of the report, which is actually taken by Nicole Ramsey, appears to have had a blowhole, and the rest were flat surfaces.
All right, well, we might go through your... I'm sorry, I lost you there. Could you repeat your last words? We haven't caught that.
Yeah, sorry. The other dark char marks there were no blowholes present.
All right. Well, we might use your photographs and get you to step the court through each of the points of interest you located. Firstly, did you plot the location of each of the points of interest in relation to each other?
Only with flags.
Over what distance were they spread?
Under the power line, there were, just let me count this up, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 directly under the southern power line, over a distance of approximately 10 metres.
So if we were to take the 2 points of interest that were the furthest away from each other and measured the distance between the 2, would that be approximately 10 metres?
Approximately, yes.
Thank you. Was there a pattern to the positioning of the points of interest?
No, they were a linear line virtually of 5 different char marks.
I'm going to have page 78 of the brief brought up on screen. This is your photo 37, Mr. May.
Yes.
Can you see that well enough on the screen?
Yes, I can.
You identify that as a point of interest 1, showing backing fire in every direction, has a small hole with some depth to it, and then you go on to say has similar characteristics to arc charring marks from transmission lines. Do you see that?
I do.
So firstly, this was one of the points of interest that had a hole present around the area of charring. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you measure the diameter of the char mark?
No, I did not.
What about the diameter of the hole?
The diameter hole was the actual hole was as thin as a piece of straw I could put in it, so it was only the size of a pin.
Did you say as thin as a piece of something that you put in it?
The thinnest piece of straw I could find.
And how deep was the small hole that you observed?
It wouldn't have been any deeper than 1 to 1.5 centimetres.
And I assume this is your recollection now, doing the best you can after the event, of the how thin or how... I'll withdraw that. This is your recollection now, doing the best you can after the event, as to how deep the small hole was and how wide the small hole was. Is that right?
Yes, I can still remember it pretty well. Yeah, but that's about correct.
And then you say in this note attached to the photo at D37 that there was backing fire in every direction. The photos might not do it justice, but it looks like this area of charring is surrounded by unburnt ground. Is that...
Well, it was burnt, but what I was looking at, within the side of the dark charring mark,
Yes.
For 360 degrees around, if we think about what we call an exposed side to flame, if we can zoom in a bit, can we scroll in more? Okay, even that'll do. I'll give you an example. There is a long piece of straw beside the flag. Can you identify that?
Yes.
At the bottom right of that straw, there's a small plot of dirt that's laying on top of it. Can you identify that?
No.
Okay.
It's a small plot of dirt lying on top of the piece of straw or lying somewhere else?
The straw is laying on just beside or on top of the piece of clod. The long bit of straw coming out of the
Yes.
tarmac. Okay. For 360 degrees around that area, on the exposed side, that is staining, and on the unexposed side was protection. So as I used my magnifying glass and went around that to the left, there are very small marbles, very small pebbles that had staining on the exposed side and no staining on the unexposed side. And that happened all the way around that indicator, indicating it was an ignition point.
Yes, but if we move out from what seems to be on the photo an area of charring, was there an area of unburnt ground encircling that charred area?
This is where I used Nicole Ramsey's photos after I did the evening after I did this to see if there was a run of fire from that area, and there was.
So are you putting this forward as a point of origin for the Mount Mckenzie Road fire?
I'm going to put it forward as one point of ignition out of at least 4 points of ignition.
I don't think it's identified in your report as the point of ignition though, is it?
Didn't I not say multiple? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The reason for that is there were multiple points of char marks under the power line. There was only one I could actually identify that a fire ran from, but there was actually a point of ignition at that point.
Yes.
I believe it was from an ejection of incandescent particles that actually ignited that.
Right, but just come back to this point that we're looking at. It's clearly a point of ignition, is it not?
It is.
And are you saying to Her Honour that it is a potential point of origin for the fire that then spread and caused the Mount Mckenzie Road fire?
If we put this in where the first fire started from, it would be probably another slide or another photo or two in progression of that. Can I give you a photo number?
No, I just want you to answer my question if you can, and if you can't answer it, we'll come to the other photos when we get to them. Is this being, we know it's an area of ignition.
Yes.
Is it a potential point of origin for the fire?
The word origin means, to me, the first fire that started on the area ground, but it is a point of ignition that a fire did leave from during the process of that fire.
Is it possible that this area of charring could be as a result of an ember from the fire that might have started and progressed close by?
No, because the charring is formed that you're looking at with my training experience and observations of many other charring points through an electrical discharge that is dissipated on the ground and instantly vaporised any moisture or carbon-based materials by intense heat.
Do you say that there's a carbon-based material evident there?
As in,
Or is that your inference?
As in the organic matter was vaporised, that was there.
You've said in relation to this photo, the hole and char marks have characteristics similar to arc charring marks from transmission lines. Do you see that's something that you refer to in the caption to the photo?
Yes.
What characteristics were you referring to there?
To get a small pinhole that it may look larger than it is, but to get a small pinhole from that location, something from above using either kinetic energy has impacted that point.
All right, so you've referred to a small pinhole. Is one of the characteristics you're there referring to the size of the hole?
Correct.
Anything else?
No.
What else might cause such charring marks or pinholes?
A lightning type stroke. It's some form of electrical discharge, in my opinion.
Now, I'm going to ask for the photo at page 80 of the brief to be brought up on screen. This is again one of your photos, Mr. May, and it may be that we now move through the photos that you wanted to refer to make sense of the various points of interest. Do you see there? I'll just get the caption to the photo brought back up on screen, please. Do you see there, Mr. May, you've identified this as point of interest 2?
Correct.
And you say that it has similar characteristics to arc charring marks from transmission lines. Do you see that?
Correct.
Was this point of interest discounted as a potential point of origin for the fire because there was no evidence of backing fire in every direction from this point?
No. That is I don't know where you're going to go with this, but at 2059, there's an impact on the ground, and 2 seconds later, a puff of blue smoke moves from right to left, which was the first impact. Hang on, sorry.
We'll come to the CCTV footage, okay, but I'm just trying to understand, when you're there taking these photos, you haven't seen the CCTV footage, have you?
Not yours, no. Oh, when I was doing this, no.
Right. So when you were doing this and you were taking these photos, you've identified this as point of interest 2, but there's no reference here to backing fire in every direction from this point. So I want to understand, at the time that you took this photo, were you discounting this point of interest as a potential point of origin for the fire?
No, because to the left of that fire, there was which is very hard to see in that photo. You can see the grey soil. The fire did leave that location and moved to the southeast through the fence.
So this is another potential point of interest, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. We'll come now to page 82, and this is another of your photos taken at the scene, Mr. May. Do you see you label that as point of interest 3?
Yes.
All right, so was there a pinhole observed at this point?
At the time, I took this photo because I could not understand what it was, and it looked very unusual to me, but it was in my photo, so I've left it in there. In actual fact, in close studying of that photo, that is a heel print. Someone has been trying to put the fire out, and that shape is a heel print. So it is not a point of ignition.
Come back to the question that I asked. Was there a pinhole or a small blowhole of any sort at this point of interest?
No.
You've since studied it carefully and concluded that it's a heel print and therefore excluded as a point of origin. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when did you study it closely and conclude that it was a heel print?
Probably mid last year.
All right. So mid last year, you formed the view that we could exclude point of interest 3 as a point of origin for the fire. Is that right?
That is correct.
And does it remain a point of interest?
No.
What about point of interest 2 that I had shown you earlier? Does that remain a point of interest?
Yes.
We'll now come to page 84, the photo on page 84 of the brief. Again, another one of your photos, Mr. May. Do you see here you have identified this by way of captions as point of interest has fire backing in every direction?
I think it's
That is
point of
correct.
origin.
I'm sorry, point of origin. Thank you, Your Honour. So, according to the captioning of the photos you took of the scene, you had identified this as a point of origin. But is it fairer to say, or more accurate to say, this is one of a number of potential point of origins that you identified at the scene?
That is now correct, yes.
All right. When did it occur to you, presumably through your reading of your report, that there was more than one potential point of origin for the fire recorded in your photographs?
It wasn't when I was reading the report. I had flagged that fire, and then using this, when I received the CCTV footage on the 11th of January this year,
Yes.
I converted that CCTV footage from a VLC format to an MP4 format, therefore allowing me to blow up that fireground. So instead of looking from 350 metres away, I'm looking at it from 100 to 75 metres away, and I could identify impact points that related to all of the flags that I had that I had put out,
All right.
which gave me. Sorry.
I'm going to give you a full chance to talk about the footage because I'm aware you say that you had a better view of it than the version that was played in court this morning. But I need to understand, putting yourself in the position of someone reading the report that was commissioned by Fire and Rescue and that you produced in 2020, I want Her Honour to understand the conclusions that you've expressed in that report.
Yes.
So coming back to this page 84 and the photograph showing what you identified as a point of origin, does that point of origin include a blow mark or a small, one of the small blowholes you were referring to?
No.
Right, so there was backing fire in every direction from what you had identified as point of interest 4. Is that right?
From point of interest. What point of interest 4?
I'll withdraw that. I won't call it point of interest 4. Just come back to the photo on the screen, D43, using your numbering.
Yes.
You've got point of origin has fire backing in every direction.
That is correct.
So this was something that you relied on at the time of your scene investigation to conclude that this was a point of origin for the fire.
That's correct.
Okay. Now we're going to come to page 85. I see the time, Your Honour. I'll finish this topic and then we might adjourn. Page 85 of the brief. Another one of your photos, Mr. May. And you see it's an orientation overview photo of the point of origin.
That is correct.
All right. Of the points of interest that you identified at the scene, how many are on display within this photograph?
None. There's one just to the left of the photograph.
I'm sorry, did you say none or one?
None.
So are we to conclude that whatever char mark or whatever dark mark is shown in the centre of those blue flags is not suspected to be a point of origin for the fire?
No, it is a point of origin of the fire, but in my opinion, it was from an injection of incandescent particle from one of the other points of origin, and the fire left from that, with backing fire first and left from that point through the fence to the southeast.
All right, so this photo described as an overview photo of point of origin does not capture the point of origin that you now believe led to the fire travelling through to the east. Is that fair to say?
We're playing on, there were 4 ignitions that pushed that fire to the southeast.
4 separate points of origin?
Correct.
Is this one of the points of origin that you say pushed the fire to the southeast?
Yes.
And are you able to marry up what you say are the other 3 points of ignition that pushed the fire to the southeast to the points of interest that you identified at the time?
Yes.
We're going to take a luncheon adjournment now. Could I invite you, Mr. May, over the luncheon adjournment to just identify within your photos, the photos that you say marry up to the 4 points of interest that were also points of ignition that led to the fire spreading to the southeast?
I shall do that for you.
Very well.
Thank you. We'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2:10. Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Have Mr.
Mr May, you can see and hear me in the courtroom clearly enough, can't you?
I can.
Very well. Over the luncheon adjournment, we've been able to speak with the officer in charge of the investigation, and I just want to confirm with you some details she's given us about the information she gave to you in September 2019. Do you follow?
I do.
She says that on the 10th of September, and you might not recall the precise date, but on the 10th of September, she emailed some information to you, firstly including her photographs that she had taken earlier at the scene. Does that sound about right to you?
No.
All right. When do you say, can you recall when you received the photographs that the OIC had taken at the scene?
Yes, at 1800 hours on the 10th. I was at the FCC. I'd been there for a few hours, and Nicole and her partner, I canvassed at the Fire Control Centre, and I was given the photos at the Fire Control Centre.
All right. And she said she emailed to you a copy of the CCTV recording, but it was a recording of the original recording, so therefore fairly low quality. Does that sound fair enough?
That is correct. It was what I would call a fractured recording, or a timed recording where the recording went for 7 minutes, but there was actually only 3.5 minutes of footage.
All right. And you have since enhanced a version of the CCTV footage that now allows you to zoom in on particular areas. Is that right?
That is correct.
Right. And when did you do that?
Received that on the 11th of January, and I'm not that computer literate. Another FI through an IT specialist
Yes.
told me how to convert it to an MP4. So that was done on the 11th of January this year.
All right. Thank you. And then did you watch the opening this morning?
No.
You are concerned, aren't you, to ensure that the court and the parties have an opportunity to watch the recording in the format that you've been able to see it from the CCTV footage?
Yes.
Okay, very well. We'll take some steps to try and make that happen, Mr. May. It won't be today, but I'll make some submissions to Your Honour about that at the close of the evidence today. Mr. May, over the luncheon adjournment, have you been able to identify your photographs, which you say identify the 4 potential points of origin for the fire?
One, two of the photographs are Nicole Ramsey's.
And are they numbered and annexed to your report?
They are in my report, red number 109, correction, 109.
All right, just hold on and we'll have 109 brought to screen. We're on the right photograph? 109, is the photo on screen what your 109 looks like?
That is correct.
Very well. In this image, the officer in charge says that it was a point of interest for the police, showing backing fire in every direction. Do you see that?
The photo 1740, point of interest for the, yes, I see that.
And do you agree that it shows backing fire in every direction?
I do.
Were you able to identify this point of interest for yourself in any of your scene investigations?
No.
Does this point of interest from the photo in front of you demonstrate any of the small blowholes that you've seen at other points of interest?
I could not identify a small blowhole on the left side of that charcoal of that charring mark. There is some soft soil and a footprint's been put over the top of it. And it was my impression, because of the ground around it is very hard, it was my impression that something must have made that soil soft, and then it's been squashed with a footprint.
And is your evidence today that this demonstrates a potential point of origin for the fire?
That is correct.
Do you go so far as to say with confidence it's an actual point of origin?
That is correct.
One difficulty is that we don't know where this point of origin sits in comparison to the other points of interest that you identify. Would you agree with that?
Yes, page 108 will give you a slightly clearer view. Also, an overview of that particular photo.
Yes. Just let us bring that up. And that's an overview photo of what you have identified as an actual point of origin.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct. So Mount Mckenzie. Yes, sorry. My apologies, Your Honour. Mount Mckenzie rose just to the top of that page. What is interesting about that photo is there's a backing fire from the left corner, the left edge of that charring mark to the top left-hand corner. There's also a backing fire from the right-hand edge of that to the top right-hand edge of that. But dead centre in that photo, that fire is moving in two different directions, back down to the charring mark and back up to Mount Mckenzie Road, which would indicate to me, and using CCTV footage, that it was from an incandescent particle.
Can you tell me, Mr. May, whether anywhere in your fire investigation report you went to identify this as a point of origin?
At the time, no. After the CCTV footage, I could.
So when you say after CCTV footage, do you mean after you were able to watch a better version of the footage in January of this year?
That is correct.
Has your opinion as to the point of origin for this fire changed since you've watched that footage in January of this year?
From when I did the investigation, I could only truly identify with the contaminated zone one actual run of fire, and with the CCTV footage, I can identify 4 runs of fire.
All right. Well, this is the first actual point of origin. Can you take us to the next potential point of origin in the photographs?
In the photographs?
Yes, by reference to the photos.
The other points that I marked were a degraded and a puffy smoke. But if we go to page 87,
Yes, we'll just have that brought up on screen.
oh, it is a bit grainy. To orientate you, that green flag you see in the middle, that
Yes.
was the first point we looked at. The white flag to the right was the second smallest point.
No, stop please. Green flag in the middle was the point we looked at. Which photograph?
Oh, sorry, the first photograph you brought up, which was
Your point of interest 1, page 78.
that is correct.
All right, now just let me come back to that. Do you say the point of interest displayed on page 78 of your numbering demonstrates an actual point of origin?
Yes, it does.
Just while I'm on that photo, Mr. May, were you able to listen to the evidence from Associate Professor Blackburn today?
I could listen. I could not see anything, and I probably only got 20 minutes of it.
All right. Associate Professor Blackburn was asked about whether this represented something that might have similar characteristics to arc charring marks from transmission lines. And he said that he was, firstly, himself not familiar with any particular characteristics arising from arc transmission lines? And secondly, in relation to this, the blowhole that's recorded in this photo, he said, "It seems to me to be a bit larger than would be consistent with the amount of thermal energy that you would have in this particle to cause a fire." Do you want to respond to that evidence from Associate Professor Blackburn?
I'm not an electrical engineer. He had more electrical engineering stuff in his little fingernail than I would have in my whole body.
Yes.
When I look at my photos and I compare it to the CCTV footage, when you get to see it, you'll see there's a lot more there than what even that he could pick up from that distance, and it does show a lot of detail.
All right. So this is second actual point of origin on page 78.
Yes.
Let's move to the third, please. What page do we turn up?
So we're going to stay on page 80. You're going to leave 87? I was going to describe where these marks were for you.
Very well. Let's come back to 87. You've explained the green flag,
Yes.
which is the point of origin on page 78. What's the next one?
The flag, white flag to the right.
At the far right?
Yes, at the far right is page 80 of that report, which we've looked at earlier today.
So let me come back to page 80. All right. Page 80 was point of interest 2. It did not have a blowhole present. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you say this is due a third actual point of origin?
A third actual point of origin, which was the first, I don't want to preempt you, I'm sorry, which was the actual first fire that can be seen in the CCTV footage.
All right. And then if we come back to page 87, the overview photo, is the fourth point of origin visible in the overview photo?
It is to the left, the far left flag, but I don't think we can scroll. I don't think your technology can scroll in far enough to see it clearly.
All right. Is it a white flag?
It is a white flag, and there are actually 3 adjoining char marks within 60 centimetres of each other.
Well, just hold on. Let's see if we can orientate ourselves on this photo.
Maybe we could use the fence posts.
Yes, Your Honour. Do you see a fence post to the top left-hand corner, Mr. May?
I do.
And then we move over to a second fence post to the right.
That is correct.
And then between that fence post and the next fence post to the right, a number of flags are visible.
Yes, if we can go back to the second fence post, there's a large rock. Can you
Yes,
identify
just
that?
to the right.
Yep. So,
Yep.
yeah, between us and that rock.
All right. So it's not flagged on this photograph, is that right?
There's 2 white flags there, just to the right of the rock as you see it.
Right. So I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that and start again. Are you referring to the 2 white flags that I'm just going to have circled with the cursor on screen?
That is correct.
All right. And do you say that that is a 4th point of origin?
I do indeed.
Right. And is that an actual point of origin?
Yes.
Do you agree with me, Mr. May, that if one were to read your fire investigation report today, one would not be able to understand the 4 your opinion as to the existence of 4 points of actual origin for this fire?
That would be correct. That would be correct.
Now, your original opinion that the fire was caused by an arc flash seems to be based on 4 factors, and I want you to tell me if I've got that right. Firstly, the numerous char marks on the ground.
Yes.
Secondly, fire indicators radiating in all directions from at least some of those char marks.
Yes.
And is it your evidence today that fire was radiating in all directions from all 4 of the actual points of origin?
I could definitely pick up the advancing fire from them, but because of the contamination, I could probably only come back 5 or 7 centimetres before the coalescence of another fire went over the top of it.
Very well. Your original opinion was based on the CCTV footage, and that opinion must now be enhanced by the enhanced vision that you've been able to look at. Is that right?
That is correct.
And also the fact that numerous char marks were present underneath or in proximity to the electrical conductors.
That is
Is
correct.
that fair to say? Very well. You were present at the scene, weren't you, on 12 September 2019 when some essential energy technicians were in attendance?
That is correct.
Did you have any discussion with them about the results of their work at the scene?
I received information that their recloser had not picked, their R86 had not picked up any fault. I was there when the drone went up and I could actually identify the cross arms, and they were the cleanest cross arms that I've seen at a fire scene. So I eliminated the cross arms. I'd never mentioned the cross arms or the components on the cross arms. And in page 80 of my report, I've also got the joiner was not the cause of the fire.
Did you mention in your report that they had told you the R86 had not picked up any fault?
That is correct.
Can you tell me where you mentioned that in your report?
No, sorry, no.
Right. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think it is referred to anywhere in your report. Is that possible?
Yes, that is possible.
Wouldn't that be an important piece of information to include in your report?
Yes.
Because it directly relates, doesn't it, to your hypotheses that the fire was caused by arcing on the, connected with the conductors at the scene?
There's nowhere in my report I actually said lines clashed.
No, but come back to my question and see if you can answer it.
Sorry, that's what I thought you meant. I apologise.
Isn't it relevant to your hypotheses that the cause of the fire was related to the conductors at the scene?
Yes.
And with the benefit of hindsight now, do you think in a case like this, it would be useful for you to include that information in your report so that further inquiries might be made of the energy company if considered appropriate?
Yes.
The court is aware, Mr. May, that the nearest eyewitnesses to the fire in its infancy were a resident at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road and some people who had stopped by the residence shortly before the fire, and indeed were the people who contacted 000. Neither the resident of 43 Mount Mckenzie nor the witness who called 000 reported seeing a flash or hearing any noise that might be consistent with an arc flash. Were you aware of the broad nature of this evidence at the time that you finalised your report?
No.
Did you speak to New South Wales Police as you were formalising the report to ask for any details of what early eyewitnesses had reported?
No.
Since you completed your report, you've been provided with some further material, including, I think, each of the reports of Associate Professor Blackburn, is that right?
That is correct.
And a statement on behalf of Essential Energy?
That is correct.
And a statement from a lady called Janelle Edwards, is that right?
That is correct.
Very well. In light of the expert opinion from Associate Professor Blackburn and the evidence from Essential Energy, is it the case that you now consider the cause of the Mount Mckenzie fire is best described as undetermined?
That is correct.
In your most recent statement, so from February of this year, you've pulled up, or you refer to a fractured limb from a gum tree that you observed at the scene.
Yes.
I'm going to ask for that, the photo you took of that, to be brought up on screen. This is page 45 from the brief. Just bear with us, Mr. May. There we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognise it as a photo that you took at the scene shortly, at some time in September of 2019?
I do.
That photo shows the subject tree limb that you say had fractured from the nearby gum tree. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you conclude that it was a recent break?
I did.
Why?
On the left-hand side of that tree, as you're looking at it, was natural wood that had not been weathered or deteriorated, and
Yes.
it had come down before the fire. Because on the right-hand side of that wood, you can see heavy charring as the fire moved from right to left.
So when you say on the right-hand side of that wood, are you referring to the limb that's fallen near the fence line there?
That is correct.
And the heavily charred right end of that limb is pointing in a westerly direction down Mount Mckenzie Road to the house at number 43, isn't it?
That is correct.
Now, it's possible, on one hypothesis, that this limb has fallen onto the conductors. Is that right?
That is correct.
But we can't be certain of that, can we?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking how I'm going to answer this question, because within the CCTV footage at 1955, to the right of the house, the top of the power pole moves violently and does so for approximately 2 minutes, 18 seconds. But I can't guarantee that it was because of this limb or high winds.
Very well. And in fact, we can't be certain that the limb landed in the location that you photographed it when it first came to ground, can we?
That's correct.
Your Honour, those are my questions for Mr. May.
Thank you. Mr. May, I'll just see if there's any questions from any of the other council. Ms Ranson, I know you just have a watching brief. Ms Wilkinson?
No questions, Your Honour.
And Mr Newton?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Mr May. You're excused.
Your Honour.
Your Honour, the next witness is Mrs Janelle Edwards.
Mrs Edwards, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can, Your Honour, yes.
Great, and we can see and hear you too. I'll just ask the court officer to speak to you.
Mrs. Edwards, I'm going to swear you in. Do you wish to take an oath or an affirmation?
Mrs Edwards, are you still there? Mrs Edwards, can you hear me? Does that mean we've lost the link? All right, I'm just going to adjourn for a couple of minutes while we re-establish that connection.
Silence, please. I'll stand this coroner's court.
I understand we have Mrs. Edwards by telephone.
We do, Your Honour. Mrs. Edwards has patiently made herself available all day, but of course it's at the crucial moment that the technology fails us.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Edwards, you've had to wait all day, and thank you for making yourself available.
That's fine.
We will have to amend the way we ask some questions, Your Honour, but that shouldn't pose any great difficulty. Ma'am, would you state your full name?
Janelle Joy Edwards.
Sorry, just one moment. I don't think that Mrs. Edwards has...
Oh, we didn't swear it.
We'll just do that first.
Sorry, Your Honour.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mrs. Edwards. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mrs. Edwards, would you again state your full name?
Janelle Joy Edwards.
Were you a visitor to the Tenterfield Cemetery on 6 September 2019?
Yes, I was.
While you were at the cemetery, you saw the fire that became known as the Mount Mckenzie fire. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And did you later make a statement with the assistance of some solicitors at a law firm called Madden's?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of that statement with you?
I do.
In that statement, have you done your best to accurately set out your recollection of the things you saw and heard on the 6th of September 2019?
Yes, very much so.
And you're happy, are you, for that statement to be used by Her Honour to assist in the court's inquiry into the cause and origin of this fire?
Yes, I am.
Mrs. Edwards, Her Honour has a copy of that statement already in the brief, so I'm not going to ask you to repeat the statement, but I will ask you some specific questions arising from matters therein. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Could you firstly have a look at page 1 of the statement?
Yes.
And do you see just at the top of the page, there's a reference to date of statement?
Date of statement, 10th of August 2021.
Yes. But then if we come to the bottom of the page, you have signed the statement on the 7th of February this year. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know what...
Oh.
Do you know
yes,
what the date of 10 August relates to?
That was when, now, that was when I think I would have spoken, yes, it was. It was when I originally spoke to Madden's lawyers. It was a Zoom call. That was the first contact I'd actually had from Madden's. It was a Zoom call, just getting my version or my thoughts of what happened on that day.
Very well.
And, yes, and it's taken from August 2021 up until February for this written statement to be presented to me.
Okay. We understand that Madden's advertised in the local press for people that might have witnessed the Mount Mckenzie fire to contact them. Is that how you came to be involved in the matter?
No. My sister lives and still lives at Tenterfield.
Yes.
And it was following a community meeting there that my sister made the comment to the lawyer present that her sister, being me, and her brother-in-law, my husband, that we were actually at the cemetery on that day.
All right.
So that's how that came about. And he asked my sister if she would contact me to agree to speak to them.
And provide the statement.
To provide the statement, which happened, quite some time afterwards.
Do you see at paragraph 1 of the statement, you refer to arriving at the cemetery at around noon?
Yes.
And then in paragraph 2, you say you were there for about half an hour. Do you see that?
Yes, that would have been about right. You know, there was.
I haven't asked you a question yet, so just hold on. I'll ask you the question and then you can answer. Was that half hour in total from the time that you arrived at the cemetery to the time you got in the car and drove away?
Well, it's approximate.
Yes. But come back to the question, is that an approximate measurement from the time you arrived at the cemetery to the time you got into your car and drove away?
Yes, because 12 months had passed from the event until such time as I gave my statement.
Yes, so you did your best, didn't you, in the statement to remember things accurately?
Oh, I did my best.
Yes, but sometimes we might, even with the best of intentions, we might not keep track of things such as times that we did certain things on certain days. Would you agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with that.
Okay. Coming then to what you did when you got to the cemetery, did you go to the burial site for your parents, first of all?
Yes, I did.
And have you annexed to your statement an aerial photograph that you have marked with an X to show the point where your parents are buried?
Well, that is very approximate.
Yes.
It's very difficult to pinpoint something from the air. I had not been to the cemetery for a couple of years, but that is approximately where my parents are buried. Yes.
How did you come upon the aerial image? Was it something you were able to download or did someone do it for you?
That was given to me by Maddens.
Okay. Do you have any information as to when the photo that's displayed in that aerial footage might have been taken?
Absolutely none.
Okay. Tell me if this is fair, Mrs. Edwards. You spent some time in the approximate area marked with X on the map or the photo to pay some respects to your parents before you started to walk towards the point where you believed your uncle is buried. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And is that point where you believe your uncle is buried marked approximately with the Y on the photo?
Well, it's approximate because I never ever got to find where his unmarked grave was. He passed away approximately 1 month before we went to the cemetery. So
you hadn't visited his grave prior to this day in September?
No.
So is it the case you started walking from the point approximate to where the X is marked on the photo towards point Y, but you didn't make it all the way to point Y?
That's correct.
Somewhere along that path, did you see what you describe as a single sharp flash to the left out of the corner of your eye?
Yes, I did.
Is it safe to say that you only saw it out of the corner of your eye because you weren't directly looking towards the direction of that single sharp flash at the time?
That's true. I had my head down.
Was that because of all the dust and grit being kicked up by the wind?
Yes, it was.
That single sharp flash was enough though, wasn't it, to attract your attention even though you weren't looking in that direction at the time?
Absolutely.
You say in your statement at paragraph 13 that you had a good line of sight from your position in the cemetery to the flash and the beginning of the fire. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we come back to the aerial photo annexed to your statement, would you agree that there were very many gravestones between you and wherever it is that the single sharp flash on Mount Mckenzie Road occurred?
Yes.
And you were able to look over the gravestones, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Were the gravestones of varying height?
Well, of course they are.
Yes. So is it fair to say that you noticed the short, sharp flash out of the corner of your eye But you're not suggesting that you had a clear view all the way over to ground level in the vicinity of the the single sharp flash.
I think that is a fair statement because I was, it was across the cemetery, but it was the flash that, caught my eye.
Yes.
But, as you say, there are headstones, varying heights and whatever. I could not see in that distance something on the ground.
Thank you. I mean, it was the single sharp flash was one of the most memorable things you saw that day at the cemetery. Is that right?
That's correct.
You say in your statement then that when you looked over in the direction of the single sharp flash for the first time, you saw that a fire, I withdraw that. I'm going to take you back to what you actually say in your statement, Mrs. Edwards, so that we can do this very fairly. You say in paragraph 8, you saw a single sharp flash to your left out of the corner of your eye, and you say that it came from the direction of Mount Mckenzie Road. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you say in paragraph 9, you didn't hear any sound with the flash, but then in paragraph 10, you say it was moments later that you heard a whoosh or a whoosh, and
yes.
Suddenly there was a fire fully ignited and burning. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yes.
Tell me if this is possible. Is it possible that the single sharp flash caught your attention, and when you looked over in that direction, you saw for the first time a fire that had actually already been burning there for a little while without you noticing?
Absolutely not, no.
Absolutely not. All right. And why do you say that's absolutely not possible?
Because everything was so dry, nothing would have just been smouldering away. It was just a horrendous day.
Yes.
Everything in that area, in that paddock across the road, was just tinder dry, and it was so windy, there could not have possibly been a little fire smouldering away there with little flames just licking around.
I'm sorry, you finished, Mrs. Edwards.
It was the second huge gust of wind. You must keep in mind it was very windy with huge gusts coming in at the same time. There was the flash, then another huge gust of wind, and that was the whoosh, and it was the igniting, I believe, of the fire. It just went whoosh. It didn't smoulder away or gradually start.
Now, Mrs. Edwards, I didn't use the word smoulder in my question to you. I'm going to come back to the question again, and you just tell me if it's possible that the single sharp flash caught your attention, and when you looked over in that direction, you saw for the first time a fire that had actually already been burning there. Because your view of the ground was obstructed in part by the gravestones.
I do not believe that there was a fire there when I saw the flash.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about what else you saw at the scene at Mount Mckenzie Road. Her Honour has some evidence that someone was at home at the house, a house on Mount Mckenzie Road at number 43, which is the house closest to the fire or the fire ignition. Do you recall seeing a house close to the area where you saw the single sharp flash?
Now, number 43, is that the house on the corner of Mount Mckenzie Road and Western Street?
No, it is not. It is further to the west of Mount along Mount Mckenzie Road. And I'm just going to ask you to come back to my question. When you saw the single sharp flash, do you recall seeing a house in the vicinity of that flash?
No.
When you first saw the fire, do you recall seeing a house in the vicinity of the fire?
What do you call vicinity?
In the vicinity, do you recall when you saw the fire seeing a house anywhere near the fire?
Well, are we talking 50 metres, 200 metres?
Well, we can do all of that. Did you see a house within 50 metres of the fire when you first saw it?
No.
Did you see a house within 200 metres of the fire when you first saw it?
Yeah, probably 200, 300 metres from memory.
And 200 to 300 metres from the fire or from the single sharp flash?
Well, it was one and the same.
Thank you. Her Honour has some evidence from the first people on the scene after the fire ignited to the effect that they made some early attempts to try and extinguish it, including through the use of hoses, and one man took his T-shirt off to try and beat the flames down. Do you recall seeing anything like that when you first saw the fire?
Not when I first saw the fire, absolutely not.
And Her Honour has some evidence that this man was shortly joined by some other people who were alerted to the fire and called 000. Do you recall seeing 3 or 4 people in the vicinity of the fire when you first saw it?
No, I did not.
And Her Honour has some evidence suggesting that one of the residents along Mount Mckenzie Road was sent down the road to alert his grandfather to the presence of the fire. Do you recall seeing someone running or walking down Mount Mckenzie Road when you first observed the fire?
Absolutely not.
We'll come back now to some questions about the timing of what you observed. Her Honour has some evidence available from 000 saying that the first call made to 000 reporting the fire was made at around 1:35 p.m. So that would be about an hour after you left the cemetery, if your timing is correct, in terms of having arrived at around noon and stayed for about half an hour. As
I said before, we were 12 months down the track, taking flowers to my parents, looking for the grave of my uncle, who had passed away 4 weeks before. The timing was absolutely approximate.
Yes. So it's possible, isn't it, that you were actually there later in the afternoon?
It's quite possible. It is quite possible.
And then similarly, you say in paragraph 17 that as you were leaving the scene, you saw a fire engine come past. Do you see that?
Yes, and that's true.
Again, Her Honour has some evidence suggesting that the first appliance to the scene was from Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and that they arrived at the scene sometime around 1:45 to 1:47 p.m. That might also suggest, if you saw a fire engine attending the scene as you were leaving the cemetery, you were perhaps leaving the cemetery at around 1:45 to 1:47 in the afternoon.
Well, that is quite possible because we passed the fire engine on Douglas Street.
On Douglas Street?
Yes.
All right. Your Honour, those are my questions for Mrs. Edwards.
Thank you. Mrs. Edwards, if you wouldn't mind just waiting a moment so I can see if there's any other questions for you.
Oh, yes, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkinson?
Oh, no questions, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newton?
Yes, just a few. Miss Edwards, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You asked some questions about whether or not you saw some people when you first saw the flash. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Edwards, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Sorry, did you recall? Sorry, I asked you. Do you recall being asked about whether or not you saw people at about the time you first saw the flash and then the fire that you considered to be developing? Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do recall those questions.
At any stage while you were at the cemetery and after you saw the flash, did you see any people near the,
No,
near the fire?
absolutely not. No.
Yeah, no further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Anything arising?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mrs. Edwards, for making yourself available today and for waiting so long and so patiently. You're excused now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence today in the hearing for the Mount Mckenzie bushfire inquiry. However, in light of Mr. May's evidence during the course of the day that he's been able to obtain or access a version of the CCTV footage that is on his report clearer and perhaps more able to magnify events available on the footage, I'm going to invite Your Honour to stand this matter over until the same date in September when the other matters are listed, but with a view to the council assisting team obtaining a copy of that footage and making whatever further inquiries we need to make in light, once we've had an opportunity to see the footage, including the possibility that we show it to Associate Professor Blackburn. I can nonetheless indicate, Your Honour, that given the agreements reached and maintained today between the Associate Professor, between Sergeant Cheetham and between Mr. May, I anticipate that we will be submitting that the cause of the Mount Mckenzie Road fire is undetermined and that the fire originated in grass on the verge of Mount Mckenzie Road in Tenterfield, approximately 15 metres southeast of a dwelling at 43 Mount Mckenzie Road.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. I'll stand this matter over to the 5th of September.
Monday's hearings, Your Honour, will commence at 10 a.m. and that will be a fire inquiry into the Carrai Creek fire and the Carrai East Jacobs Spur fires, followed by an inquiry into the Kian Road fire.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. We'll adjourn today and resume at 10 a.m. Monday morning.